time to pursue a guilty verdict for anyone but my client. So hopefully today we should be wrapping up episode 5 here. I think this is going to be the last investigation, followed by like I want to say a 3-part trial. So hopefully we can wrap that up within like, I don't know, 4 hours. I will say, I'm a little hungry right now. I had a late lunch today, as in I ate lunch at like 4. So my stream landed at a time where I'm sitting here like, ooh, I don't really have time to make food, nor am I like ravenous enough that I could really justify not streaming right now. So before we start up today, I'm kind of just scrolling through a couple places nearby, seeing if maybe I can get a quick order or something. Because Lord knows that basically nowhere is going to be open come end of stream. But it's not going to take too long here. I'm just taking like a quick peek to see if there's like anything. Oh, also a little bit of news in terms of my streams. So I'm sure like a lot of people at this point have heard about the whole snafu with Twitch. Now they're changing their what's it called? Their contract revenue stream. So like a 70-30 split into just flat 50-50 across the board. And yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of getting to the point, or like I'm kind of at the point now where I'm like, maybe I should just not put all my eggs in one basket. I should be double dipping between like Twitch and YouTube. So I think within the next few streams, I'm probably gonna try figuring out how to do a dual stream so that I am on YouTube and on Twitch. It would also make it a whole hell of a lot easier to export my VODs to show up on Twitch, so that way the archive is still good and everything. So yeah, there's a decent chance if nothing else, at least look into it and see how viable it would be. But yeah, hopefully that works out well for me. I'm trying to look at this one place. It says it's got like, let's see here. What's this? Is this an app I need to download? The next available time is tomorrow 11:15 a.m. Okay, I guess I'm not ordering from here. Shit. Okay, I'll figure something out after stream. Let's go ahead and just get this shit rolling, shall we? If I have to, I'll go grab like a quick little snack. Yeah, I mean, I got a water here, so that'll help, but water is no substitute for actually eating a meal. Although I feel like some people might disagree. I don't know. Still got a little bit of a cough, so I'll probably mute every now and again to kind of cough off the side here, so give me just 1 sec. Feeling better otherwise, though. Alright.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said.
What'd she say again? Oh yeah. Lana just straight up said, yeah, we forged evidence, so what? That man deserved the guilty verdict. Shit, okay, Lana.
I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings.
Sounds like everyone's heard about these killings but me.
Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. And that's why she used me. And that's why she used what happened to me.
What do you mean, what happened to you? Yeah, this is sounding a little strange.
It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence.
What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? You aren't the Joe Dark killer, part 2. I don't know why, but looking at this guy, I get like Von Karma vibes. I mean, I guess they're both killers, so.
On the night Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me.
Whoa. What? Tried to kill you?
Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me.
So that means you...
Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial.
I didn't see that one coming. Yeah, no shit. Pry further.
It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. And there was a terrible thunderstorm that day. Unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office.
Joe Dark.
It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up.
Jake Marshall's brother.
Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then...
What happened?
I'll never forget it. The lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now.
Permanent picture? What did you see in the instant the crime occurred?
Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife.
Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl.
I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out.
Huh. That's strange. If Dark had killed Marshall in that instant, why wouldn't he have killed Emma? He's already been proven to be a serial killer, and I don't feel like he'd be the type to leave a witness.
When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms.
Poor Emma. Went through so much.
I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good.
2 years ago. Must have been 14. Well, that's understandable.
Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. And that way Lana would never have to forge any.
I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime.
I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall.
So you weren't able to testify about that?
No. I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why Lana... and why she made up the crime.
Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence?
The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence, and Mr. Edgeworth used it.
Edgeworth?
Yes. But I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened.
So it's true. Even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence.
After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today.
She must not have been able to face up what she did, especially not to Emma. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma.
What is it?
You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right?
That's right.
Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, he was being chased by a prosecutor?
Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dark had been taken into questioning for that day.
Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police?
Of course. And this happened at the police department. He tried to run He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled in my sister's office.
Why did he run all the way over to your sister's office?
Because the detective's offices and the questioning rooms are right across from the elevator.
Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she?
No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force.
What? That's news to me.
After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor.
Lana used to be a detective? I'd rather have another talk with her. Alright, straight to her then.
Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble.
Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type.
Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks.
Lana, Emma told me about you.
Oh?
About how you were a detective 2 years ago. How the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office.
That's right.
Could you fill me in on some details? Especially about the unusual change of jobs?
I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright.
A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one, 2 years ago.
Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. In that trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul.
Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15, there was no murder at the police department.
Tell me it's not true, Lana. What the witness, Miss Starr, said. About you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana! I don't understand. Why won't you tell us?
Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before.
It's true. I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. And they still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together.
Chief Gant?
He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. It was everything I aspired to be. And they were the best team ever. And they solved crimes before the reports could even be filed.
Her really idolizes her big sister. Now you're chief prosecutor. What happened?
I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was... To gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right?
Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago.
2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark.
Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant. Investigation lead was Damon Gant, right?
Yes.
Deputy. Whew, that's a big fuck up of a word if I've ever had one.
Deputy Chief Gant and I shared the same office, and the same investigations.
We even had the same office.
We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. He was asked to come in for questioning, and we were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place.
He tried to murder Emma.
Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me.
Now you tell us.
Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Gant and myself. And that's where he found me.
So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana?
It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark.
Oh shit. It's a rather interesting scene to stumble upon.
When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood.
3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, passed out.
And the suspect Joe Dark.
I think I read that wrong. That's fine.
During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious.
What did you do?
To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her.
Can't blame her, after all her sister must have gone through.
After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest.
Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident.
That's right. Quite a coincidence, hmm?
I don't buy it.
What are you saying?
There's no way everyone involved in this trial was involved in that incident, just by chance.
But that case was solved 2 years ago.
At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved.
Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories.
That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police station, or police department, right?
Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared.
Is Gant gonna be the murderer?
The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself. The chief's office.
We should have a look at the chief's office. The site of the final SL9 murder. Alright, let's make a move. To the police department, right? Is it criminal affairs? Looks like this might be right. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere.
Things seem kind of quiet around here today.
You're right. Chief of Detectives seems the same, though.
And why don't we go look for some other people to talk to?
Right. You can come back here later. Here we go. Howdy, Bambino.
Oh, Mr. Marshall.
I never thought things would turn out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, sera. I think that's how you pronounce it. I have no idea. Never know where life will lead you, eh, Bambino? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning.
Billy?
Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, she can't go in the evidence room today, partner.
But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it?
Why do prospectors head west? If there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But the initial autopsy report, the question was raised.
A question?
The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, the report that was finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Could the facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us.
The scars that the SL9 incident left behind.
Well, yeah, that was kind of self-explanatory. I don't know why you had to remark on that, but okay. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together.
How old was he? Your brother?
He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother.
The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as...
That's right. It was the day of the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered. The evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired. I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, commissioners would get suspicious. They were careful enough not to be too obvious. They?
Who are you talking about?
It's kind of hard to go from like Emma's voice to Marshall's voice here. Don't get upset, damn. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. The investigation led Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Sky.
There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both their careers.
After the case ended, Lana was transferred to prosecutor's office, right?
Yeah, Eamon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Scott was totally different when she was a detective.
Now that he mentions it, I said something like that too.
Tell me, what happened to my sister?
Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out.
Lana's secret started 2 years ago.
So there you have it. That's my story. You enjoy it, partner?
It was certainly enlightening.
Only one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. Someone else was the one who gave him that evidence, planned everything. That someone was Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you. You become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina.
Imagine like hearing some spurs going as he walks away. Alright, let's go to the underground parking lot. No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr.
Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. And that must be where the detectives are.
We proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15 p.m.
Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case.
But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty.
Hang in there, Lana.
Gotta find all the answers by tomorrow. See if Edgeworth's in his office.
Mr. Edgeworth isn't here.
Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. Took a real beating in court today.
Yeah, with Lana admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago.
I guess we'll just have to come back later. Alright, so this is a dead end for now. Let's see. Cha-cha real smooth. Don't think we got anything in here. Doesn't look like there's anything new in Edgeworth's office from what I can tell. Hold up a second. Yeah, we heard this one before, so yeah, I don't think there's anything new in here for us. We can go ahead and keep looking around here. So there's really nothing going on at the police department from what we can tell. Let's swing by the detention center and see if maybe something we could bring up here. Maybe. Can we present the screwdriver?
Attorneys and prosecutors have no business showing evidence outside of court. It's taboo, especially when the interests of both parties are involved.
She really means it.
Lana.
I don't think we're gonna get anything out of her. Is there anything we can do at White & Co? Oh, no talking here. Okay, yeah, we just had to zip back in here. This
place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted.
That must mean everyone's busy solving crimes.
Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. With the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together.
Festive is the word usually used for those.
Sir? We'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office.
Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor.
Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything.
Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits.
Oh, now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief's office.
But he just told us no because you fucking decided to point out the obvious. Oh wow, this is one hell of an office, isn't it? Whole fucking organ, huh? Whoa. Where am I?
In the Chief's office, silly. At least, that's what it said on the door.
Check out that pipe organ. It's real, isn't it?
Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. And I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. I never could remember where C was.
Hmm? Uh-oh, here we go. Ah, a little bit of water. Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. Put that paper he was reading on his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. Kinda busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too, with Mr. Marshall's misconduct, and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence. 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? Yes I do, actually. That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. This is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Huh. That's the jar we had earlier. Interesting. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Come on, Gant. Anyway, I'd like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together.
Oh, but this office... It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it?
That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore.
You think so, Gant? I think you might be trying to cover something up, laddie.
All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Time for a B&E, baby.
It looks like we're not welcome.
Seems that case isn't over with yet after all.
What do you mean?
Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. I mean, there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there.
You mean like a clue?
There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Maybe... Lana, second person anything. Let's just poke our head everywhere real quick to make sure. Gumshoe, the pal I'm looking for. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt.
From sitting so long?
Actually, from serving everyone coffee.
It's like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop.
Say, have you seen Mr. Edgeworth?
Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask?
He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court.
That sounds serious. Hold up just 1 second. Need to check something. Hop up. Okay. We're good. That sounds serious.
Is it because of what my sister said?
Well, that's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood.
Yikes.
Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Honest Guy is the guilty party here, isn't she?
Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in the court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. And now with this...
Are there really so many people who hate him?
In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies.
Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work!
Yes, sir.
Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat!
Yes, sir.
Well, these are supposed to be all different police officers, aren't they?
You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick?
Yes, sir.
Seems you don't have any problems with enemies.
Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at that file while the coffee was brewing.
Seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything?
The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack.
His final attack? You mean...
when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl.
Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl.
That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all.
Well, what was it?
Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. No, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere here, okay?
His power of recollection never failed to impress.
Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory.
We'll show him after we keep questioning him.
Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just a run-of-the-mill businessman.
Businessman? What made him take to serial killing?
One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car.
With his car? So, it was an accident.
An accident, yes, but a transformed him into an animal.
An animal?
Killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw. Jesus.
So, like, it's like a fucking comedy sketch would happen. He hit someone's car, went, oh shit, oh fuck, and some lady's like, yo, you killed that guy, and he killed her, and then some dude walked up and said, yo, you just killed her, and he killed him, and then a kid, like, comically, like, licked his ice cream, looked at the body, and the ice cream scoop fell off onto the ground, so he stabbed the kid, and then a jogger came up and he stabbed him as well. He didn't even see the crime, he was just jogging by, he had his earbuds in, he was just really in the zone. He didn't even look left. He just got tackled and stabbed.
Finally, he turned himself in.
Seems he was a pretty careless animal.
Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence.
So he turned himself in.
Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim.
Looking at that profile there, trying to think, is that actually, could that be Gant?
Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too. But luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last victim wasn't killed.
That last witness, aka Emma. Let's present him the knife. About this.
Hey, is that?
It has a tag attached to it, the label SL9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you're speaking of.
What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker.
On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly appeared from the locker. And was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler.
I accidentally clicked past that.
Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. You showed me that knife, it all came back to me.
Well, what was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again.
Quickly, we have to go. Whoop.
This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it?
That's right. Traced it back to the store he bought it at. Plus, he had his fingerprints on it.
But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right?
That's where his luck ran out. If you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken.
You don't have to take a good look at it to notice it.
Yeah, well, anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in.
Where was it?
The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound.
Did it match Dark's knife?
You bet. Down to the last fiber.
That's pretty... that's pretty conclusive.
I do find that odd, though. Most well-built knives aren't gonna break from just one stab. If it's gonna break, it wouldn't just break the tip, I don't think. Break it like the handle. Not like the handle necessarily. Like, I don't feel like it would just break a single tip off deep into his wound for no reason. I don't know, it strikes me as a little odd. Not that I would know, I'm not a murderer.
Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know.
Can I ask you one more thing?
What is it? If it's money you need, you need to ask Chief Gant.
It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered.
The chief's out now and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if that's okay.
Well, only a detective's ID card can unlock the door.
What? Really?
But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust.
Breach of trust?
Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you.
How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's.
That won't work either. Data was deleted the day he died.
Oh,
So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office.
I wonder if there's something that we could show him that would make him change his mind.
Make him change his mind. Do we have anything that would change his mind?
I've been studying up on those files. Nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I, for one, ain't buying it, pal.
You're looking into the case for Mr. Edgeworth.
Yeah. It's a pretty big deal while it was going on, you know. After all, serial killer was on the loose.
Lana was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. We're gonna have to kind of...
About that jar, I think I've seen it somewhere.
Somewhere?
Or maybe it's one of those memories people have from previous lives.
He must be the most uninformative detective I've ever met.
Something about it makes me feel uneasy. It's like I'm in the chief's office and he's yelling at me.
Chief Gant.
Where could I have seen that before?
Come on. It's where you seen it. Right there in the corner. Can I maybe like... I can't interact with it. Shit. Wonder if you could actually give me a...
Oh, lost item report, huh?
Very impressive, Detective. You knew what it was right off the bat.
Well, I am master of misplacement, you know.
Master. That has such a cool ring to it.
Way I see it, things are meant to be lost, and they're meant to be lost. There's a higher power at work here.
Wow. A higher power.
Maybe I shouldn't let him hold any evidence. Got anything on this?
That's the ID card record, isn't it?
Yes. There's only one number left to investigate. At 4:20 p.m. Victim, Detective Goodman, must have entered the evidence room along with someone else. Someone with an executive officer number.
7 sevens.
That's 17 too many, Detective. Executive officer. Just might have a hunch. This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was guarding the bloodstain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well.
To admit he's right, though. It's the Blue Badger we were able to prove another possibility today. Possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, huh? What would drive Chief Prosecutor? Wait, I think I already got that. Oh. Yeah, we already did that one. Yeah, we already have this.
Hey, check it out. There's the metal plate here.
Looks like the names of all the previous recipients are engraved on it.
Wow, one guy's listed a bunch of times.
Wait, alright, so we already have this. Shit. Can't really help. Okay. Maybe we have to walk around. Let's go see if Edgy Boy is available. Here we go. I wonder if Edgeworth's back yet.
And there he is. It looks like he's writing something.
What are you doing here?
Sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh?
I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. It's another allegation to me.
Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you.
It's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings.
So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day.
I wonder what he was writing before.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look.
You crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there.
Just distract him. I'll check it out.
Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no! He's falling to the ground!
Hold on. First, let me see what this girl's crawling around my feet.
He didn't even look.
What? Letter of...
If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation.
Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean...
I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died.
But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it's your fault.
I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. The path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either.
Uh-oh. I think he's serious.
Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something.
It's a letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. He's serious, it says. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can reverse that fact.
But you didn't know, did you? I mean, the evidence was falsified?
The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error. My responsibility is the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same, no matter what excuses I might have.
Mr. Edgeworth.
And I take pride in my work. So tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotion. Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? First last year's trial, now this one. Seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves.
But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial.
Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. And I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence seems too short. Most lists are twice as long.
It's only half as long as most lists? That is odd.
After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect is guilty. And that was really the only thing on my mind at the time.
Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time.
That picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in a ceremony over at the station, right?
I've never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one.
Because you were awarded this?
Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning and then drove over to the police department.
You finished up at the office?
Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back.
Take something back?
This.
Oh yeah, Chief Gant asked you to hold on to that, didn't he?
Yes, there's a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office.
That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to?
That's right.
This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office.
Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy.
Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me.
Yes?
The trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours.
Damn it. My voice, let me cough.
Yes, you're right. No, I remember it now.
Remember what?
That was the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. And there's a story behind its design.
A story?
Sounds interesting. Do you mind telling it to us?
It's simple, really. Contradiction. And that's what the award's based on.
Okay, yeah. So that's the we don't have anything. Alright, I figured this is probably good enough to get Gumshoe to act. Excuse me. Ah, great, here we go.
Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef?
The star? Guess she's out of lunches.
You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still, I never thought you'd go digging at that case from 2 years ago.
Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to mere coincidence.
Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness.
Instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife.
No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten.
Miss Star's hatred towards Lana all dates back to 2 years ago.
Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell.
You mean because of his brother's death?
They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate.
Her?
Lana Sky. My sister. The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep our investigation. And that's why we were so shocked how it turned out.
You mean with the forging of the evidence?
Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. The items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman would lead to our duties. Most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter.
She was being used.
Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation while Lana was second in command. They were the best. They solved all sorts of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal.
His magnetism?
By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He'd produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled.
Incredible evidence?
You mean? Oh yes, there were rumors even then. No one dared confront him though.
Take it she's talking about forged evidence.
Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and always watched out for the other detectives. And that's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever recovered from his shock. And that's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr. And that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that?
Lana being transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago. Is that correct?
Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? And that's right. Having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. And there was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office.
What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred?
And if he can control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. And that must have been his goal all along. But how did he control Lana? I don't know. But one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change.
At last. Finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Star.
You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been.
As do I. For now, though, I gotta head to the police. There's a certain detective I want to show something to. Oh! Gumshoe? Gumshoe? Alright. Okay, nothing to say on that. Got it. Can I show you this? Okay. She's not gonna have anything for us. Nothing new here. So we've exhausted everything with her then, I guess. Maybe there's something else with Edgeworth here. Oh.
This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with two characters. The first means halberd, and the second means shield. Now, have you heard this story?
Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though, for Emma's sake?
Very well. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield that claimed it could withstand any weapon.
Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other.
Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard this story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very descriptions of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. Thus, the Chinese word for contradiction was born.
Interesting.
Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize? Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow. Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today.
That's funny. If that's so, why were you only given a shield?
You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part of the ward abolished.
Chief Gant. That is strange. Alright, I think that's everything we need from Edgy Boy. Nothing near the detention center. Here we go. Criminal affairs. Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Room coffee copy and files. I'm turning into a regular DJ.
You're a DJ as well?
If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey.
Oh, that DJ.
I gotta admire your persistency. My interest still low. I'm not letting you in Chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. Office is the last crime scene of this online incident. I have to take a look in there.
There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind.
I know exactly what to present.
What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious.
Is he ever not serious?
I can't believe they pushed him this far.
Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible.
When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. We betrayed him.
Detective.
That's it. I've made up my mind.
But...
Here, take my ID card.
You can't do that. If someone found out...
they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report.
Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated.
What?
So at least do me this. At least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake.
Alright, detective. Thank you. Nothing new to talk about, so now we can go to Gant's office.
Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now...
Detective Gumshoe's a goner.
If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out.
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I didn't even know you could slap a ghost.
Ah! Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that?
I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too.
If you're here, then what was the point in you giving us your ID card?
Hey, don't do that to my card. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look myself. Besides, we're all in this together now.
You really don't want to get fired, do you?
Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find.
Got a bad feeling about this. Alright, well, first things first, let's investigate everything in here. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons?
Sure is, pal. Chief doesn't care for imitations.
First the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone in this room?
What? You mean we're paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes.
You don't have any taxes to pay.
Shh. Careful what you say. Who knows, the chief might be hiding in this armor as we speak.
I don't think you fit in there.
And even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out.
Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be.
I got an idea given the power he seems to command.
Wow, and look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk.
Speaking of that, we were in here earlier. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like list of evidence.
List of evidence?
In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though.
Hey, look at the case name.
Huh? SL9.
Huh? SL9 incident. Wonder what this is doing here.
Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said I wonder what.
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. half-size list of evidence. What would the other half of the list be doing here?
I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case.
It appears so. Let's take a look at that, shall we? Oh, isn't that gonna let us see what it is? Back. Oh, isn't that interesting? I wonder what this is. Looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here.
What is it? Did you find something?
Can't make it out. Better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing.
Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright?
Better not forget about this picture. Found this inside the drawer. List of evidence from the SL9 incident.
Mr. Edgeworth had the other half of that list.
What would this list be doing here? Better look a little more into this list. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay. If you say so.
It looks like a code needs to be entered on this panel to open it.
Seven-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. Do you know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Booyah! Bingo. What a piss poor code.
What number did you enter?
Whose birthday was it, pal? 7 sevens. Final ID card number on that record.
What?
Number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean that ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. This can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number.
Say, anyone care to look inside?
Why don't we? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away?
Look, it's,
A shark from a broken cup. Someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before?
there's something else in here too.
What's this? Looks like a broken piece of leather cloth. Or a broken piece of leather cloth.
This is a handprint, isn't it?
Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up the design?
I don't think so.
Oh. Well, it's just a thought.
Is that it? This is all that was in the safe.
Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Right. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. Why are these two items related to SL9 incident?
Come on, there's gotta be something we can show the detective.
Okay. Well, we know that the cup is the other part of the jar or whatever. The chief's organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the criminal affairs department. It's on the 2nd floor.
This is the 15th floor of an entirely different building.
When a detective screws up, Chief calls him to his office. Makes him listen to the organ for hours.
What's so bad about that? Music soothes the soul.
After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except the ringing in their ears.
It's an instrument of punishment. Literally.
But aren't the Chief's ears affected?
He never listens to anyone anyway.
That's besides the point. This was Lana's desk. Sure is tidy.
Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner.
There's not even any dust on it. It's like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here?
No. Chief Gant must still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. They were the stuff legends are made of.
Does he keep it in memory of her? Or in memory of the crime? The shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. A small picture frame on the left shelf.
Hey! This is when Lana and I went to that theme park.
Let's check everything first before we look at that picture.
Look at that giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside.
This is the 15th floor.
I know. I was just saying.
Saying what?
Ever since making detective, I always dreamed about doing something like that.
Note to self.
Hold up a second.
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams.
As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired.
Don't say that.
Alright, let's take a look at the picture.
This was taken on that day 2 years ago.
The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma.
After receiving his award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture of her. Then went along with Chief Gant to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later.
Gee, you think? Let's talk to Boy Gummy Boy. That desk on the other side of the room. Is that your sister's?
Yes. That's where I was waiting for Lana. On the day 2 years ago.
Is anyone using it now?
Oh, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. Practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene.
That's a strange reason to leave it there.
He uses it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time.
I see.
So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk?
No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning.
Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any remaining clues.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, shoot.
You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes? I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it?
Why do you ask?
You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind, don't worry about it.
Okay. Now then, let's look around a bit more.
Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy.
Huh? What is it?
Someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go at that.
Sorry. This guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you?
You two don't think. Chief Gant. Might be a suspect, do you?
What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him?
Chief Gant. So it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings. Yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Okay, let's present him this. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put it back together. Those are the days. Kinda early to be nostalgic.
Wasn't this jar a piece of the evidence from that case?
That's right. One of the shards had an SL9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe?
Yes, that one. And that was in the safe.
Huh? Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. See if it fits. Yes, assemble. Here, let me see that shard. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do.
Mr. Wright, here's some glue.
Piece this together again. To prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. There! Fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in the safe. In other words, concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident.
But...
Hey guys, get a load of this! What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others.
there's a reddish line on it.
Reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe?
Hey, look here. It's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain.
It's like blood.
And this piece the chief has is different, though. The blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line.
That is odd. Okay. Wonder why that is. And then we have that other piece of evidence we need to figure out. If I'm fired, I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative, Detective. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, who am I fooling? I never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Got to stay positive.
I can't believe Officer Marshall would do something like that.
You know Officer Marshall?
Of course I do. He was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus.
Really?
He said, Dick, you should listen to all your troubles.
Note to self. Note to self. Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus.
Ah, my voice is going. I'm having trouble doing her voice. Maybe I just need to fucking practice for a second. We'll keep it rolling. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm trying to think how we can tie that second piece. Actually, we haven't used the luminol tester.
Hey, I just bought some of that stuff. Now I can go around detecting blood traces too.
Wow, is that a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. Add 3 inches to your base height.
Base height? Hey, let me see that. Blooming tall. New and improved growth formula.
You mean this can't detect any blood traces?
Well, it's not quite the same thing as luminol.
So that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face.
Well, that was kind of funny. I meant to use the luminol, but... nothing there. Time to hear me tapping a bunch, because I gotta figure out where the blood is. I guess we can start over here. Okay, so this must have been where Marshall was killed.
Whoa! And this area must have been covered in blood.
Is this from that incident?
It must be. When Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull.
Murder really did take place here. I don't really think that was up for debate. Can we maybe present the fingerprinting set? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this.
Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints?
That's a great idea, Detective.
Alright, go to town. Sheesh.
What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hands like that?
Go ahead. Take my fingerprints.
It's not your fingerprints we want to take.
Huh?
Come on. This isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe.
Oh! Well, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Sheesh. Where is your sense of humor?
Okay, let's check for prints. Oh, I was supposed to be reading that. Whoops. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh, I have to select the thumb. Okay, there we go. To sprinkle the cocaine. The cocaine on the finger. Okay, I think this ought to be good enough, right? Can't really do much with that. Gave it my best shot.
And that kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it?
But it doesn't look like we'll get a cleaner result from this print.
Okay. Let's try a different finger then.
Alright. This one looks the most clean. We got a pretty good print here. Almost sounds like I'm typing on like a fucking typewriter. Oh, that's good. Get a lot sprinkled up here. Now blow, and we should be good, right? Yeah, there we go. It's not Gant's fingerprint. Not Gant's. It's Lana's. No, not Lana's. Lana's and Emma's are very similar, but it's definitely Emma's. No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here?
Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they?
Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old. Aren't clear enough to get a match.
No. Well, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints.
Psst! Hey, you! Over here. What's going on here? What are that kid's prints doing inside the chief's safe?
Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now.
Here. Maybe you should hold on to this. Well, was I any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we're able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? I feel like this is Gant, so I'm gonna go with Gant's voice. In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat? Chief Gant! Didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out window and saw a stray dog run into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave.
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir. Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir. Now get out. Yes, sir. Be on our way too, then. No, wait. You. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet.
Me, sir?
I'd like a word with you.
But, sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator.
You with the spiky hair. You're free to go.
Mr. Wright.
Oh boy. That's not good. Look, pal. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? Thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew I'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I'm finally starting to get the picture. Why has she kept eerily silent about it this whole time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day.
I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning.
It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here.
But I've already told you all I can.
What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing.
Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the very beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman.
You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words.
He did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right.
Edgeworth?
Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term, as I believe.
It's
my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. I insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. And that's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so, because of a certain individual.
What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person?
Protecting? No. I think afraid is more likely. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this? Whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposed to be frightened of? And what is this person's name?
Oh, Miss Guy?
Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place.
You're still not ready to spill the beans.
My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective.
Assuming he is respectable, tell me something. How would he try to hide his crimes?
His crimes?
Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence.
Of course, these are serious offenses.
Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned?
Chief Gant?
Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was
me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation.
Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant.
If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case.
I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him?
Touche, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder.
Why not?
Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate.
Murder of Detective Goodman.
Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say that I was given an order that day. Now I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car.
Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman.
Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body.
Murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife?
No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it.
The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife.
I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife.
That would be Edgeworth's knife.
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand.
That's the reason for the bandage on your right hand.
Yes. It seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then She saw me just as I plunged the knife in him.
Miss Starr, huh? So she was telling the truth. It wasn't pulling the knife out, it was putting the knife in, but Goodman was already dead. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so bad?
It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible.
So, you hid Dark's knife.
The weapon used to stab Detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that.
So you wrapped the knife up in your scarf and hid it. Edgeworth's exhaust pipe.
Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler.
You asked Emma?
I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this.
That would explain why Emma was so confident about Lana's innocence.
Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day.
Bad feeling?
The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall.
To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him?
The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person that I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on the next page of his own.
Oh. You mean...
Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands.
He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence.
He had already stolen the ID card, but it seemed he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared.
So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room.
I'm afraid that's all I can tell you.
But Lana...
You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow.
Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off. One way to drive off Lana's demons. Gotta get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. What went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Oh boy, we're gonna be in a fucking juicy ass case this time. Okay, 1 sec, let me grab a little snacky while I save here. Alright, got some gummy bears. Just gonna eat like 4 of them. Enough to tide me over till the end of stream, hopefully. This is the defendant lobby, alright. But there's no defendant. I'm trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma, for that matter? Seems as if... Okay, let me actually eat these gummy bears real quick, because I forgot that this is actually a game where I have to talk a lot. Okay, I'm good. I'm gonna guess this is Gant. Something's been happening behind the scenes. Oh, no, it's Edgeworth, damn it. Edgeworth! Knowing you've already figured it out. Who the owner of this 7777777 ID number is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch.
It's like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Mr. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it.
I figured you'd say as much. And that's why I came here. To hear what you have to say.
First time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something. The only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. See you in court, right?
This is it. If I'm ever gonna find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
Only, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Chief Gant. Good morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Hey, Yeahhhhh, been back to the pool yet?
Oh, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to court. She wants to do what? And having heard what she intends to say, now I feel she should be granted a request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. She's gonna admit and we're gonna have to fucking start playing Contradiction Alley.
What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial.
Huh?
I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office.
No, Lana! I mean, it was pretty obvious this was gonna happen. You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea.
In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services.
But Lana!
Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. The request is legally valid. This is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial. Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Here we go.
One moment, Your Honor.
Mr. Edgeworth,
the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt.
Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. Now, I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer a naive little boy you would have been. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, hmm? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness.
Oh? Don't.
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it.
Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy, you'll regret this. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Let's go, Edgeworth!
My boy!
Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma Skye. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dock of the Joe Dock killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time.
Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant?
Yes, it most certainly is.
Okay then.
You sure you came in fast?
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Alright, here we go.
I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder?
That will soon become apparent, Your Honor.
You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination.
So what evidence do we have that could help us out here? Doesn't really look like a knife, does it? The autopsy report. Knife tip was found. Nothing contradictory there yet. Okay. press. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct?
Yes. She was second in command under Deputy Police Chief Gant. And my sister. She was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair.
I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. And I wanted to play it that day too.
The police department and prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Alana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
A man?
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. They were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest.
When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right?
Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
And there was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. And that's when I saw him.
What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
I just forgot about Gant.
Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to questioning after the ceremony.
I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead.
And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in.
I don't clearly remember what happened then, but
Can you tell us about that?
when Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark, just then, the lights went out.
The lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby.
So the electricity went out.
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then lightning flashed outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then.
The detective?
Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case.
Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. So he's... oh shit, hold up. My body is rebelling. Apologies. I will continue my cross-examination. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago.
Yes, and that's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw.
Yes, but at the time the words just wouldn't come out. And that's why I drew a picture.
Picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
This picture, the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning.
But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Witness, do you mind if we had added this statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene once, but it seems to have been lost.
That's what we needed. Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence.
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may well be. but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold.
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn it over. Turn it... Ah! It's this! Yes, what is that?
Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew.
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists? They're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago is incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What?
What?
Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what the Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor.
Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor!
Are you alright, Mr. White? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Hmm? Yes, that's quite conceivable. Mr. Edgeworth? It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong?
You even have to ask.
Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Evil. Diablo. That thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. This act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Now, before we do that, let me take a look at this evidence list real quick. I guess I can't actually take a look at the list. Unfortunate.
Very well. Witness, please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago.
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor.
What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture.
And this is the picture I drew 2 years ago. And the flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. And after that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
To that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
It doesn't show Joe Dark. It just shows a fucking figure. Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gantel on the Sky.
2 or 3 days later.
memory should have still been fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
So at the time, you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who had come in to your rescue.
No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor.
Knocked to the floor.
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed.
Poor Emma. Just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flashed?
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place?
No, I'm sorry.
A flash of lightning drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further?
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here.
Anyway, this picture.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw?
Of course! This is the exact scene.
Was it influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating you somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. Better watch out or you might find some way to cut my salary.
I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well...
That's strange.
She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. Yet, there's clearly a contradiction here.
Clearly a contradiction.
Alright, how do we demonstrate a contradiction? You said that the... Let's see, what do we have here?
I have to really think about this. So both these are correct. There's nothing on that. Faint's fine. This picture shows exactly what we saw in that instant. What's the contradiction here?
It's not clear there, I wouldn't say, right? Because I'm staring at this image. I'm trying to figure out what the contradiction would be. One thing I could think is present the switchblade knife and say that that doesn't look like the knife. Wait a minute. There it is, the contradiction. Had to read it again. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction.
What? But I still remember just like it was yesterday.
Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction first. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
If I point to his chest, does that work? I think it's this part here.
I don't see what's strange about that.
It's because his drawing stinks.
Mr. Wright, how could you...
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
Guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame on others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
Take a look at that autopsy report and then the picture. Stabbed in the back, died from punctured heart and lungs. Knife was found in the wound. Date and time, February 19th. Cause of death, single stab, piercing his heart and lung. Is it trying to say that the tip's already missing? I think that's it. Yeah. Alright, that's what we're gonna go with.
Perhaps it would be fast.
Okay, yeah. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. I initially thought that, but I just kind of chalked it up to bad drawing. I thought what I was going with there is it said he was stabbed in the back. So I thought like the whole thing was he was moving him forward here to stab him in the chest. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright.
But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was a conclusive piece of the evidence that proved Joe Darks was the murderer.
I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you have possibly see the, where could you, pray tell, possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Oh, shit!
Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does this mean?
The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Oh, but there is. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right?
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
Ah. Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gallant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie.
I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives?
What broken knife besides Joe Dark's? There had been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright.
In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Stuff like that. Yep. Go with it. Send it.
If anything's broken here, it's you.
Huh?
I'm sure this must all be very amusing to you, Mr. Wright. But may I remind you that the fate of Miss Lana Sky hangs in the balance.
Sorry, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. What? Oh, I could have swore it would have been the halberd. Can I not, like... Okay. What do they want? Is this what they want? It has to be the trophy. Go with it. The answer lies in the past. 2 years ago in the past. So I was right, it's just I didn't present the right piece that they wanted. I feel like that should have let you go either way. Right here inside this picture.
This is a picture of the award ceremony.
Oh. Oh.
What is it, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding.
That's a broken knife.
As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Ah, shit. No, it was Gant. Gant killed him.
But the prosecutor was the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait, I remember now. I remember everything.
This?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again, please?
List? The one with that picture scribbled on the back?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What? You drew that?
That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time. I drew this picture. All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best to add this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you recall in the sky?
Yes, Your Honor.
First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Alright, see where this leads.
When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw a shadow.
That's...
This is certainly most unusual.
Try impossible. The chief of detectives haven't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, the defense may not use cross-examination.
Stop. Please don't pursue this any further.
Lana!
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Sky, we've already come this far. It's too late to turn back now.
Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Almost feels like there's a part missing. Part that would make this seem kind of like that, huh? When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark?
Yes, at least I think it was him.
You think?
All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports.
So then,
Why would you do something so dangerous?
What else could I have done? I was about to stab Mr. Marshall.
Seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think was, I've got to help that other person.
What do you mean you think?
It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly, and what I did, it's all kind of a blur.
Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to the murder about to take place. With so much happening in a matter of seconds, a little disorientation was only natural.
And I saw the man about to stab the other person, and who I thought was Mr. Marshall. and I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next?
Are you sure about this?
Of course, see? I even drew a picture of him here.
But there was a chief of detectives who thought it would be this hideous beast. That was just this year. The Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I had seen him somewhere before. Now I finally remember.
Oh, brother. Just when you thought that this thing had caused enough commotion.
Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing?
Shadow. Shadow? You mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all?
That's right. But I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, then by all means, please show us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when the light flashed? Is this Blue Badger really? I just might know. Badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew that picture. But she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the Blue Badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room.
Mr. Wright!
No, not me.
This room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in this instant? Please show them us this mysterious Blue Badger look-alike.
The mysterious Blue Badger was, in fact, this.
But that's... what exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar.
But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the Blue Badger.
Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Our viewpoint?
Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from.
Okay, so...
I feel like this is the best angle we got. Actually, it was upside down, probably, right? Something like this? Ah, there we go. So, angle over this way. That's pretty damn close. They have to give me this, right? This isn't right. I've got to make it more look like the Badger. Oh, fuck.
Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing. If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept his claim.
Gotta find just the right angle.
Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it.
Gotta show them the correct angle to look at this from. Oh, this is gonna bust my fucking balls. At least they don't penalize me for this. Don't think it could be from this angle. Oh, brother. This is gonna be a minute, isn't it? Okay. fuck? I might honestly have to like look this up, man. Like I feel like I've had it just about in the right orientation. It didn't quite give it to me. So like, these two things are quite certainly... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. The two prongs on the side are pretty clearly supposed to be... Tried to hit R. Alright, you know what? For my sake, I'm gonna like just take a quick peek and see like what the correct orientation here is, because I feel like this is gonna keep me here for a while otherwise. Let's see. Turn Ace Attorney. Not Clown Girl. We don't need the Clown Girl. We need episode 5. Just need the right orientation here, please. Okay, let's mute this so that way it's not coming up on the stream. How far back do we have to go? Would you believe me if I told you this is one of the spikes in the video for when people are trying to orient this fucking thing? Alright, let's see here. How did they have it oriented? Oh, you better fucking say psych right now. Does that work? No, that isn't right. Good. Okay. Oh, fuck you. Really? Bro. You've got to be kidding me. Okay. So apparently the way it's supposed to be laid out is, You guys are gonna find this one funny. Let's line it up like this, and then do one of these, and it's like right about here. You know, like the first thing I did. Dude, that is temperamental. Holy shit. Okay. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
Oh, it can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. White's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything.
I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything.
Indeed. Very well then. Please explain to us. What's different now that we know the witness saw this jar?
Location's still the same. It's in the room. It's not location. Murder. Or murder weapon. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. White.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gantz.
But the body was found lying on Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, The struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murder moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office?
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
That reason is Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. Next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That would have had to have been the impact that made man when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
The suit of armor. The very sharp and dangerous looking sword.
Yes. Since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, it would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No. Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility?
Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea. Nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright? What's the matter?
If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall,
Raggy.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
I'm not doing the fucking loud ass thing. And she fainted. Shit.
I never imagined her testimony would lead to this.
So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying?
Sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances,
Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall?
evidence?
I'm willing to bet that you don't.
Yes. It certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead.
So you can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
There's still another possibility?
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
Mr. Wright, it's the only possibility left to you. Message from the deceased. Such a message exists.
Gotta think back to the court record. No murderer's name that the victim may have left behind. That's... Her handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. It belongs to Emma. I feel like there is evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession.
Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister's a murder?
Do not be mistaken, Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased.
This is the message left by the deceased.
This is that blue badge from before, right?
Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message is left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
It looks like someone wiped her blood away.
Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away.
Yes, there is a line here, drawn in blood.
So what you're saying is these dots, once lines.
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent.
No.
Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal the answer to us. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. One thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. a defense attorney's job to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this.
Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind.
Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life
Was Emma Skye. Except it wasn't.
See, Worthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. And I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. And even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sent an innocent man to his death.
How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! 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 Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. This trial is headed, no one knows. To be continued. Alright, so like I said, I think this is a 3-part case, so we got 2 more parts to crank out here. Alright. Here we go. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. It was just my problem, not yours.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later.
Wait! Detective Gumshoe. What is it?
Got a lot of nerve, pal. Being a detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Haven't we been here? I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence in law? Hendrith was talking about this just the other day.
You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Okay.
Chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're gonna need this book.
Him? Guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh?
Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me?
Mr. Edgeworth,
The real trial today hasn't begun yet.
what? What else is there left to do? Credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found out she unwittingly caused the man's death. Now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
We're gonna expose him, no matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Before we begin reading, I want to take a look at this. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Wait. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Ah, it's going to point back to the police department. That's it. That's the significance of that piece. Also, give me just 1 second. Okay. I had to check. It sounded like there was a bunch of doors opening and closing. Make sure nobody, like, busted in.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth,
Yes, Your Honor.
the inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions.
Thank you for the news, Your Honor.
Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls forth a witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have,
We struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses?
I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and
Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution.
solution.
That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses.
What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing.
Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It will prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal.
Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness.
Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over.
Defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything?
As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he would still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor?
True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy. Are you sure you want me to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh?
Please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant, and I'm the acting chief of police.
Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony.
Oh, righto. What's with the grim face?
First, let's clear up this SL9 incident.
Oh, you mean the time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already.
There are still some things unaccounted for.
Oh? Like what?
The role you played in all of this.
Son, neither you're very brave, nor very foolish. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal.
Weapons?
Sure. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to.
What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. The Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify.
Of course, such an action carries with it a certain risk. Don't worry. I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Is that when Doc was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. And when Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Doc bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
The police chief has the right to refuse to testify. Better hit him hard and fast. Cross-examination time. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day.
Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Doc. Made him run away like that.
Was the defendant Lana Skye also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Doc ran for it.
So the two of you ran immediately after, right?
That's right, but Doc made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say. He got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went through his heart.
That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw?
It was a shocking sight. Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. And Doc was also lying
collapsed on the floor?
Yes! Apparently he hit his head, was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls.
Lana and Emma.
Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done.
How can you know that?
Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means...
You found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. Well, I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway... So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office? And that's exactly what I'm saying. Now I can understand how Lana must have felt, but moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. White. If you're going to stare at anything, you'd be better off staring at the court record.
Worthy. Always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? I did admit to forging evidence. That can't be the whole truth. So now I've got to link Gant to the incident. Your inventory is so full, holy shit. Yeah, no, for real. It's like 3.5 of the VOD, so I'm shit out of luck in catching up. I can give you the quick TLDR. Basically, there's a lot of hootenanny going on, some cover-ups. It doesn't look like Lana killed Goodman, as we knew. The whole thing at the evidence room was what I'm believing right now to be where Goodman was killed, and he was transported to the prosecutor's office. Right now, we're trying to link Gant here to the crime. So, that's the short and sweet. Present this. If you really had nothing to do with the forgery, then how do you explain this?
What's that? What's that on it? A handprint?
Chief Gant, your explanation, please. I don't know. You tell me, son. Huh? My dear Raito, don't you know the second rule of evidence law? Oh, not this again. Evidence law. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Tell me, how is that rag relevant to this trial?
It appears the defense was not prepared.
Guess it's too early to use this piece of evidence.
Please accept my profound apologies, Chief. Would you mind giving the defense another chance?
Well, okay. I'll do it just this once, but only because you asked, Aji.
Thank you. I assure you the defense is terribly sorry.
Yeah, sorry I didn't nail you. Shit. The approval of the police departments. Registered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. Oh, this isn't a prosecutor, this is the chief of police right here. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery, but I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe.
Was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Mr. Wright, did you break and enter?
Yes, I did, Your Honor, and I'm gonna prove this bastard's guilty. Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? You, me? Or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence.
He's hitting me with the B&E charge.
And prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work.
Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the pieces of evidence found in your office and the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Doc was convicted, then they're worthless. And there's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Mr. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am Chief of Police, right? There will be consequences. Oh. Indeed, I believe I'll press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know.
All right, Udgy. In return, though...
I know. That place, right?
Huh? Are these guys telepathic? How is it that I always had to prove myself and not these felons? It's a hard life being a defense attorney. At the very least, we at least have Prosecutor Edgeworth helping us out half the time now. I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day, I once broke into a cattle ranch and
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Shut up, Wright! Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? And if you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Peter, what are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Writer's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. Never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. Not even Von Karma. What do you mean by that? And this is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery, I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The chief is talking about the possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Now, Mars, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
It's something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see it?
Really, Chief Gant? Okay, so to explain why Emma Skye is the one under the knife right now is because so essentially what happened in the SL9 murder. Oh boy, you don't even know the SL9 incident, do you? So there was a serial killer that they were trying to pin the murder on. They used forged evidence to get him convicted. What happened though was his last murder, which was at the chief of police in Lana's office. Emma was waiting in the office for Lana to come because they were gonna go eat dinner. Then Dark busted in and took Emma hostage. Marshall came in, saved Emma, and Marshall ended up dying, and they ended up catching Dark. Now, what we figured out over the course of today's trial was that Emma had basically body checked the person with the knife. She thought that was Officer Marshall. But in reality, she thought the person with the knife was Dark. That's why she body checked him. But in reality, it was Marshall with the knife from the trophy he'd gotten earlier in the day. And that ended up pushing him onto a suit of armor that had a knife, killing him. So Emma is theoretically responsible for the murder. If that's even true, I have my doubts. So are we way past the Edgeworth car murder thing? Yeah, no, that one's... We'll come back to that later. We still don't know who did that murder. Like, this is just... We have to do two different things at once. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
No, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, oh, oh. Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in line to become next chief. The resolution of the SL9 incident merely sped up the inevitable a little bit.
Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes. I was going to be made chief anyway.
Gah.
Be careful when pointing that finger. You might end up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one plausible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that.
There are only three people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There. It's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I cared about is yours truly.
I think the suspect is capable of having both defendant and prosecutor against him. Yeah. Now, he definitely has a motive here, though, is the thing. Because he immediately moved Skye to chief prosecutor. He wanted to control the police office and the prosecutor's office. Pretty simple.
That girl, Anna's little sister, was it?
If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. And that's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho! 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 That's a good one, Worthy. There had been something in it for him. From his selfishness. Would he have helped someone out? True. You might not help out anyone for their sake. But if it would benefit you, yeah, you might decide to assist someone. Clear my throat real quick.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to betray the chief. He's a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
It's not what I mean.
Very well then. Who is this person who Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky? The defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell to a fortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutor of the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the chief prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
God damn it, Judge.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppeters and someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind.
Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I control Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture.
Yes. That is also what happened in this incident.
This incident? Which one would that be?
Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her.
Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue.
I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! 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 I said order!
Yeah, Nani?
Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an effort. This is an affront to the highest-ranking officer in our law enforcement agency to accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in an easier-to-understand language.
What a pussy you are, all right. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. White? As a chief, a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder.
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell.
I see. Alright then, let's see what Mr. White's got. It better be good. Show us this evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman.
That, my friend, would be this piece of evidence right here.
This is the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7 sevens. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my ID number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief's Gant requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits? You don't mean...
I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7 sevens. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Ooh. Cornered, let's go! Love this music.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card.
Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room. The day of the crime?
Right is so fucked later, but right now, yeah, well, you know. What's a little B&E gonna do to me? And what about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Tell me, when you entered that room, were you alone?
Now I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman would have happened to be with you that day, would he?
Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days.
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine honest guy's guilt.
No, it isn't, Your Honor. The trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting?
In that case, Mr. White, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Okay. Proof that he went to Chief Gant. Wait, right here. Can only be turned into the Chief of Police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. You would have had to give that report to the Chief of Police. And yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
Needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? And there's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait! The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
So, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you'd really lent it to Detective Goodman.
Good thing this is the last trial of the game. I smell bias. Yeah, a little bit.
It would have had to have been found on his body.
Whoa, what the fuck was that?
Chief Gant, you didn't.
Hey, yo, lightning? Yeah, a little bit.
He's the one who killed Marshall.
Hold up, sir. Murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind chooses the police department as a place to commit a murder. And after the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal.
Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so.
Chief Gant, we left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. All this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space.
How could the chief move the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
A parking stub. Miles Edgeworth.
You mean?
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
You mean I carried the victim's body?
Precisely so.
But wait, even you know, I didn't plan on returning to my office after the ceremony was finished that day.
But you did return. Tell me, why?
I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
So you see, what you were really taking to the prosecutor's office wasn't the screwdriver, but the victim's body in your trunk.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief? Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Ms. Lana Skye.
Order! 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 What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
Think back to this photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk and to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk.
Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up?
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? He's playing his get out of jail free card, this son of a bitch. Our police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
So you're going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. And that's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. White. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. But, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body.
Do I have any concrete proof? Shit. Do I have any concrete proof? That is a good-ass question. Shit, I don't think I have proof right now. Let me think. That won't work. Nothing in here. I think you could tie this back to the chief. You could theoretically say that Lana was trying to get Emma to dispose of the evidence, but that doesn't tie it to the chief. Nothing here that tells us anything. Locker's Fury claimed that he gave Detective Pete. So we proved that he couldn't have given his ID, and we have the time to going into that place. The evidence locker feels like it's pretty decent proof, but we don't have everything to get on it. Alright, we'll just say present evidence. Maybe we'll get something. Can't let him just squirm his way out of this.
Gotta keep the pressure on. Yes, Your Honor. And I do have such evidence.
Then please hurry up and present it. Just remember, it better prove Chief Gant and Detective Goodman beyond a shadow of a doubt.
This doesn't prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. We're trying to tie Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. We have to have concrete evidence. That's the issue. Switchblade knife. I don't think that ties it. I feel like it has to be this. Oh yeah, no, Gant's definitely like one of the big fucking evils on this one. The question is, how roundabout is this gonna be? Yeah, I got a fuck ton of evidence. I feel like it has to be like either the evidence locker, because we have to tie him to being in that room. We've already Gant can try to say he went to the evidence room by himself. That's not possible. Why is there something with Emma's prints? So we found the last piece of the jar and this in Chief Gant's in a safe in his room. And so we aren't sure what these prints were used for, but it's obviously used for something to cover up Emma Sky's prints. Not sure what though. Alright, I'm gonna send the fucking locker. This is probably wrong.
So, what exactly is this evidence?
Proof as to whether or not to demonstrate the chief's guilt. I'll let you be the judge.
But I am the judge.
Oh, right. What do you think, Your Honor?
I think you get a penalty.
Fuck. My reasoning there was that it's clear that Gant did not give Goodman his ID. As a result, Gant had to have gone into the office. Now, there's only two people that could have went in there with Goodman at some point. That would be Edgeworth or Gant, because the locker had to have been open at some point. Shit.
Damon Gunsker.
I don't think I have the proof. It's no use showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, Yeahhhh?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? Seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Yeahhhh, I'll leave the rest to you. Did I just hit a game over state?
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer of the nation's law enforcement agency.
Lady Luck, hmm? Maybe we should have a word with her.
Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean?
There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
The lady knows the truth. Another witness?
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person?
Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today.
Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She might not be willing to tell the truth. You can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth Miss Lana Sky.
The defendant? Miss Lana Sky?
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth?
The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor.
Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
What? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. Okay, if this isn't like fucking bold-faced, like, blackmail, like, what is... Bro. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ugh, this isn't good. Yeah, I know, right? Out in the open for the world to see. I mean, he already said he's only out for his own, like, fucking hide, so... Now, of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway. Right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet.
That was strange. Okay. If there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess.
Good thing I didn't chase that fucking concrete evidence. I was like sitting there, I'm like, I don't have anything to tie him to this. Fuck. I was on a roll though.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth.
That chief? He's something else, eh, pals?
I don't think that's the phrase, Jeremy. No one bats an eyebrow. Yeah, you know what? Are they sort of work together now? Yeah, no, we sometimes work together. Occasionally. If we're like, oh, this person's guilty as fuck. Detective Gumshoe.
I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. To explain that to you, Jeremy, well, I guess to explain that to you, Jeremy and Jen, what happened was, to get into Chief Gant's office, he initially kicked us out, but to get back in to actually look for evidence, we needed an ID card. Goodman's ID card didn't work because he's dead, and we were able to convince Gumshoe to let us in by showing him that, oh boy, you don't even know that either. Edgeworth was planning to quit being a prosecutor because he's just tired of everything. So he showed the letter of resignation to Gumshoe, and he said,
Well, fuck this. I'm gonna let you into Gant's office. We gotta wrap this up.
so Gant found out and basically told Gumshoe, don't come back. So that's where that whole situation's at.
Now, don't worry. I already decided where to work now. At your office.
Oh, hell yeah, this is the best we could have asked for. Is he going to become our detective? That would be so good. My office?
Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya? I see them both in my dreams sometimes. It's so sad that they're both gone.
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. So he always gets the upper hand.
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. That's bullshit.
Settle down, right? Remember what the judge said.
But Chief, that is not a right to be casually revoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks? What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too? Emma? Yep, there she is. Emma, you okay?
Yeah. When I came to, I was in the medical office. And I've been listening to the trial from the gallery.
So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma. I'm sorry for what I said before.
No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved.
Relieved? Yeah, she passed out after the revelation that she might have pushed Neil and killed him.
Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened.
She might be framed or she might have actually done it. I feel like she was framed by Gant, but we'll hold off on that.
To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
And ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew said she'd changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her.
What do you mean?
What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside, to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
Pushing to the open sword and armor stand. Why the sword was just out and about is a mystery. Well, it was more of like a spear than it was like a sword. That's what I would say, at least. Kind of like a halberd. Nah, more like just like a straight up spear. But yeah. Must be why she became so cold.
It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blame yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor.
I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act.
Emma, why don't you wait here?
No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, right? It's time to end this.
Should be like, we live in a society. We live in a society where we blame the little girl.
Good God, look how long Trial 5 went for. That's 9. No, not one more session. Well, one more session of, like, actual court here, yes. But we're finishing this tonight. Don't get it twisted. It's 3 days. But every day is split into, like, trial and fucking investigation. And 2 of these trials have been dual-purpose trials. Maybe even 3. And this is the third session of today's fucking trial. Oh, shit.
Alright. Now then, the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand.
I'm so hungry, by the way.
Ms. Lana Sky, you are the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
You said the speedrun is 20 hours, but what is normal gameplay? Fucking forever.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. Remember, you are under oath. I want to hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana! No matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant.
I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Drake convicted, or Dart convicted.
Oh, okay. Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. What if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. But whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Yeah. There's no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
How many years exactly?
Ever since I was made junior detective.
Is it junior or senior? I think I might have just fucked that up.
Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good. Same school as Mia.
Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why.
But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail.
You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And
That's true, she did. But he was already dead. Did you do so to help your sister?
Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life.
What she did was justifiably self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything.
That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana.
So that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
You say you did this all by yourself.
Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seemed I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body.
What? The prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident.
That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
And Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark.
Something like that.
That is so.
What happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle.
That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies.
Well, just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife?
Then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head wasn't that bad. They ought to ask for the sake of others. Why'd you do that?
Come now, Mr. Wright. Even you should be able to figure it out.
Very well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. Reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right?
Yes. And leaving it that way, might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you buried it inside the victim's stab wound?
Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did.
So you rearranged the crime scene. You sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. I did.
Yeah. I kind of hit quick on that last one.
Are you so desperate to hide the fact? Willing to risk a death sentence? She's lying. She did it so I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
She's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself.
There's no way she could have done it alone.
Gotta get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. So I want to do this again just so I can get that second piece of dialogue. When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body?
It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk.
The body?
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. Reason Miss Sky moved the body.
Pieces of the jar. You mean...
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it to be more expedient to move the body.
So, when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course. It had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would have been clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during the struggle.
I see.
What's the matter, Emma?
Apparently, the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there is more to it than that.
Must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So I feel like it's one of these two. Let's see here. Is there anything we can use the knife tip for? Where is the knife tip? Oh god. Where did it go? Well, guess the tip of the knife isn't that fucking important. I don't have it in my evidence. So. Let's see here. Let me press this again. I just need to remember what she went through here. This is the jar. You mean... It's a jar. Miss Guy, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You made the forgery at the scene when Neil Marshall was murdered.
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
A contradiction? In my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died. Exactly. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Order, order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You would have wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Okay. So the jar was already broken.
It's a miracle the thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
Not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Lana, you do that for me?
Seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body, as it were.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence.
You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew how to destroy the evidence before anyone came in.
This is rather shocking.
I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
You really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall. He wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in that situation? Lana. I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
How could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
The detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. Got every last piece.
Doesn't that... Doesn't that contradict? Well, I guess time. I have time. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene?
Yes. I don't have any excuse for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. Didn't know. Treated you so badly all this time.
It's not too late. Still plenty of time to make up after you've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will live a permanent state in the history of the prosecutor's office.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony.
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I've finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Okay, let's see. Let's go over her testimony. You only notice the blood traces on the jar. Okay, safe, wiped away the blood. It's were large. I'm sure I got them. I'm sure I got them. Let's go over our evidence real quick, just to confirm some stuff. Card, King of Prosecutors. Could the luminol? Just electrical.
We've got a few attempts to burn here, so I'm gonna present them. Oh, that's wrong. Yep. My idea there was that why would she be trying to wipe away the blood when she knows that luminal testing exists and can easily confirm that the blood was there? Where is the contradiction? Let's press again. Just give this whole testimony once more. So Jeremy's already broken. The thing had broken earlier. Blood, the fragments from large. Sure, I got. But this piece, it's like that's. It's like it was cut off. Let's see here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Jen, that like the contradiction is that she didn't find that piece of the handle, so like where... That's the only thing I could think. It just feels weird to use that as the second one in a row. Like, you really don't have fucking much to go off here. Alright, fuck it, let's full send it. Miss Guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. Oh, that's what we're doing. Okay. Well, that's easy enough.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. The night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. Pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Huh! You didn't do that.
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, that.
There's no way a name could have been written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he were there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No? No question mark? Why would I be able to? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what's happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped create evidence that incriminated Doc, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became Chief's puppet.
Owie, don't bite yourself that hard.
No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients.
Foul lies? Isn't that coming from my own client?
I guess you seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, everybody fucking hates Wright. I don't know why. I'm a good guy. Lana may be right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So, you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright?
Miss Sky, please testify once more.
But
If evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie.
But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall.
Miss Sky, if you will.
I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor's sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armor's sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture of the crime It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. Thought it might be needed.
But I don't remember receiving a picture like that.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana.
Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right?
I seem to remember getting sunburn from her, though.
Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere.
Is it going to be in the book like I was trying to check before? Hey, there's a picture here.
Oh, no my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this.
Oh, sorry.
No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs after. I had rearranged everything. After I had rearranged everything.
Okay.
Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest. Could that be?
Cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this?
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer.
Don't say that. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma.
Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright?
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
God damn it, Gant. Weren't you at lunch, you fucking asshole?
Come now, Ludgie. This is the poorest excuse for a trout I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What, now you want to make me out as a bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. And that means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back and relax, and enjoy the sound of a noose tightening around your neck.
So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone?
So, what's your excuse, righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt.
Is it true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, I'm sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, we have any more evidence presented now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
I do now. Think this through carefully. Can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? One that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall. No, I can't show the evidence. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie.
Chief Gant.
You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Emma doesn't know that it's her fingerprints, to be fair. She just knows that it's conclusive evidence.
And can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Way to jump on a landmine, Gant.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall right-o. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You admit it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. Then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana.
So you really were manipulating her.
I knew Lana, so I made it look like the blame lay with her sister. Then when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So your sister in her sky. And I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had to plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. And I tampered with the crime scene, and I had 2 pieces of evidence. And this was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence. I mean, those items in your safe.
But why?
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
And I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jaw fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all of the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too? Ho ho ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? And that's why I kept one more item for insurance. That piece of cloth. Come on, Raito. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So you admit to it then, Chief Gant. But you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe.
Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Raito. You should have shown it then and before it was too late.
It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. Don't mess up here, victory is mine. Just be shown with the proof of the police department. Unregistered evidence must be related to the case. Trial. I think we have to show it this time. fuck it. Can't show the evidence.
No, it's too late to show that evidence now. Besides, even if I did, just expose that poor girl's fingerprints.
Right. Think hard over the circumstances.
Circumstances?
Talking about the then and now. There's one major difference between the two. Aren't you waiting for that difference?
So, just figured out my plan.
Mr. Wright, this is your only chance.
Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Well, at least we got a little bit of extra from fucking good old Edgy boy.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall.
The cloth just has Emma's fingerprints on it.
This is a handprint, right?
Someone left behind an oil stain on the fabric. Whatever it was, they must have had a really oily hand.
Mr. Wright, think about it scientifically.
Huh?
More likely explanation is the person slipped and fell on a freshly waxed floor, getting wax all over their hand.
That would account for this amount of oil, I guess. Let's see what's so scientific about it, though.
It happens, you know? And I always slip on the floors at school when they're waxed.
Interesting. It's the real make or break moment here. I want to say Lana's picture.
It's been 5 minutes, Mr. White. Please present.
Alright, let's just present this. Fuck it. Let me verify this once more. I was just trying to think over if is this a gotcha moment? Is this the bait? The day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest.
Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that that be immediately sent to lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather. There must have been a strong impact for it to have been left clearly.
You mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh, you're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Raito had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You already know. You know whose fingerprints are on that.
Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well. I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is...
Emma? Emma Sky?
What? They're mine?
I'm sorry, Emma.
But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh! You're really something, Raito. You knew this girl did it all along.
And you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic. True. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster.
The sky.
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't.
This guy. It's not over yet.
What?
I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. And I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? A second. How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer. Before I do that, just one little thing I have to clear up. No? And what's that? You really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this foolish babbling you're about? I'm talking about a contradiction. And it proves who the real killer is.
Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. Shit, I don't know what the contradiction is. Not off the top of my head, at least. Shit. I'm not missing like something completely obvious here, I don't think. I fucking hope I'm not, at least. I could throw out my badge and just be like, yeah, trust me, bro.
Something's bugging me about this piece right here. Sure, that's just... This doesn't help. Is the contradiction. It's fine. Oh boy. You got anything over there, Jeremy? Because, like, I'm fucking... What's that handprint used for? Oh, that was the other marshal was tying him to being at the police department earlier trials. That one isn't. Yeah. Jesus. I genuinely don't think it's like any of these other ones. Like we're gonna take a shot in the dark here. I think try it. That's what I was thinking, but it felt like way too crazy. We don't know if this is true yet. It's fun watching you squirm, righto?
This piece of evidence does indeed seem to contradict something. Outward appearance of mental sanity.
What am I doing? This cloth was cut from the prosecutor marshal's vest after he died. Something definitely was not right about it. Cut after he died. Something.
It's too late to turn back now. You're the only one who can put an end to this, right?
Chief Gant contradicts this cloth. Is it the picture? Like, should it have blood on it? Okay. Yeah, I think we're on the right track there. Yeah. Okay, good.
And what exactly is this supposed to be?
And this is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. I looked at it before and was like, well, maybe there's a more poignant point somewhere. See where the piece of his vest was cut off?
Yes, shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood, and that's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth.
Oh, that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
That's what I was thinking. I know it took me forever to do it, but like, I promise you, I was thinking it. Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armorer's sword?
Then to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer.
No!
It's finally all over. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close, Raito. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence.
Order. Order? What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. So remember, Aji. Earlier, old Raito here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Raito? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? We do not have any evidence at this time.
That's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like last laugh's on you, son. Oh, yeah?
I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth?
True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal.
Well, Mr. Wright?
It seems at last. time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! So the evidence is illegal. Hold your tongue. No, it isn't, Mr. Gantz. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean, couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Archie, don't listen to this lie. He's nothing but a coward. He can't really believe.
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal?
Very well. Let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not a violation of law, then do so now.
I have a book. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth. Nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in the book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall, when was that picture presented?
That was shown a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes. No!
It was you then that approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. There's only one person that could be. Damon Gant. The killer was you. He's gonna fall backwards. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years, he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out.
What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. I'm gonna hand all of this over to Marshall.
well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. Had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. Bloody handprint. Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. But what's the big deal? You make it a lot more than us detectives ever will. You make it a lot more than us detectives ever will. Leaving the prosecution's car aside. How? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, he left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why did you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it, you and me. We're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Haji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, David Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator, an example for others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Reggie. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Raito here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand.
Yes?
First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the very beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent.
You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. Couldn't get you out of all your trouble.
My. What high standards you have. For a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you.
Mia?
Who knows? Maybe a few years from now, you just might make it to the top.
What was what, Jeremy? She smiled. Did that throw you off?
And I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright.
Sky.
And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing. Liar.
I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder, and however, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as accomplice. Trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already.
Yeah, I'm 5 hours in, IG, I'm kind of fucking tanking.
Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty.
Let's fucking go!
That is all. This court is adjourned.
At long last. It's finally over. Huh? Emma? Why the long face? Sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. At least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit.
No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Miss Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. You know, I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, I guess I'll come back later.
Detective Gumshoe, wait. What is it?
You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all around while on duty.
To top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. 3rd time you said that.
Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see something.
Lana!
Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago, it was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis. I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I'm scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you're only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis. I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. You're a criminal, but... Oh, Emma. Emma.
They're gonna hug. Yep. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. How must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. Because from there, we can move on toward a brighter future. Couldn't hit the landing there. At least that's what I felt. Shouldn't the two sisters make up?
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
Me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth looks around.
Stop hiding and come over here.
Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Alright, well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realized today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to do it alone.
I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But Edgeworth...
Who knows? In enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma.
Yeah, he really had some pretty bad shit now.
We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Lana's talking about.
Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find out on our own. Screwdriver.
That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership.
Huh?
Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well.
I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence.
It's time for me to go.
Oh, I made a fuck up. I made a fucky wucky.
Mr. Edgeworth,
If you'll excuse me. There's still some loose ends that I need wrapping up.
What was the evidence then? I gotta play the whole trial again. Maybe the piece of cloth? Maybe? Ah, fuck it.
Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth, what do you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you. You can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. Seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit you soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn, catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will.
So, the case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. Journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective? The evidence was Emma's drawing. Okay. I'll probably look up real quick, like, what would happen if we presented it.
There's just a little matter that needs to be resolved by the chief prosecutor. See, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But
I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out here for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh? Edgeworth just stands there silently and says the same. Oh, okay. Alright. That makes sense. I mean, to be fair, though, like, the screwdriver, we both wouldn't have got it. How am I supposed to know? If you didn't tell me he had the screwdriver, like, come on. You gotta give it to me.
What? You think I could afford that with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Huh? Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best.
Why is it... I suddenly feel like I want to scream.
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys, let's go.
And that's it. Alright, well, we got through all of our trial today without hitting a single game over, so that's nice. Please stop. I need to... You know what, we're just gonna read it. Their eyes. Alright, so she's no longer prosecuted. Wouldn't that be nice? Sisters investigating the crime. Yeah, where are they now? Alright, well, we'll probably take a break from Phoenix Wright for a little bit before we start the next game. Just so that way, because, you know, I don't want to become like a Phoenix Wright channel exclusively right now. You know what I mean? Oh, here we go. Gumshoe. They just overlooked it.
I mean, they're probably paying them like nickels and dimes. So like, honestly, it would probably be like worse to just throw them out. While the credits go though, next stream will be Saturday, 10:30 p.m. EST as usual. Not sure what we're gonna do yet. I'm feeling like I might want to check out. I either want to do some Into the Radius just for fun. But I also saw that there was a Half-Life 2 VR mod. I kind of want to try that out. I believe in you, Meekins. Alright, looks up the gumshoe. That's great. But yeah, there's a Half-Life 2 mod for VR, and I really haven't played through all of Half-Life 2. I heard that the VR mod is good too, so like, it could be fun to do that for a stream. It also came out pretty recently, so.
The Blue Badger is here to fight us. Put up your nukes.
Oh, you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, Jeremy, but I was talking, and I'll just say, I beat him. I win. Idiot. Stupid. You weren't at the beginning of the stream, but I was mentioning this at the beginning of the stream. I'm thinking that given the tactical blunder that Twitch did, with the recently. I know he committed a crime, but like, let him free. Let my boy free. No. I was reading.
Fucking Twitch, they pulled my plug.
They're coming off rapid fire now.
I don't want your food.
The right way lunch. Oh. Well, thanks, Angel. So yeah, what was I saying? Yeah, so with Twitch, like, basically shooting itself in the foot multiple times, just for funsies, it's really bringing me to the point where I, what's the word? Where it makes more sense for me to, do the dual streaming. I've mentioned it before, like thinking about doing it. But I think like this is going to be the kind of like the straw that breaks the camel's back.
Judge is gone. I've never seen his chair before.
So yeah, I'm going to be looking into dual streaming to like YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It'll also make archiving way easier for me. And you know, might even help get some more people on the stream, which would be fun. So that's something I'm gonna look into. Don't know if I'll have that ready by Saturday. It's her, Maya. Let's go. I will pat her on the head. But yeah, no, I'm thinking I'm gonna go ahead and get that set up so that way it's good to go. So we'll see how quickly I can get that turned around and get that working. I'll let you know if I figure it out, Jeremy. So that way we can we talk to Mia's ghost now? Maybe. Gotta wait a little bit longer though. The bell boy. Did he actually resign? Ignore that sound you just heard. They don't own the hotel or something. He does. I don't know why he's there. Okay. Let's see here. Peel. Oh, isn't that cute? All right, that wraps up the first Ace Attorney game. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. We had, I want to say, like 3 game overs in total during the whole thing. Maybe a 4th, but I think it was only 3. These games are fun. These games are fun. I will give it that. They are long though. This is a 5.5 hour stream on a weekday, so like, oh boy, it's a little rough. But yeah, anybody still sticking around? Thanks for dropping in. Like I said, next stream 10:30 p.m. EST on Saturday. Hope to catch you there. Until then, have a good rest of your day, night, evening, whatever time it is for you, and don't commit crimes, please. I don't want to have to like try and defend you in court, even if I am kind of fucking good at it. Anyways, take care. Do a little something fun for the ending too, if I can quickly set it up. We'll see.